And we're back. Goodness, I can get this. There we go. Alright. I just ruined. Wait. Alright, Supalex. This is the last part of this story for Reborn. Are you going to be able to stay for it? This is the question. This is where it actually starts heating up. Yeah. Like 50 minutes? You ain't gonna see the good shit. You always do this, man. It's almost like you have a life or something. Your own responsibilities. Like, what the fuck? Have you a moment, Jack? I believe Ida wished a word with you. I should consider it a personal favor if you would lend a sympathetic ear to her troubles. She's not been herself since Moonbreeda's passing, and my heart aches to see her so downcast. I'm not ditching my bed. Hey, it's Jack. Great. Oh, it's no use. I'm trying to stay positive, but it's just hard, you know? Thing is, I know Moon wouldn't tell me off if she saw me moping around like this, which is why I decided to cheer myself up by greeting her, or getting her a special flower. I placed an order for a moon daisy with Rowena a little while ago, and it's ready to be picked up. Trouble is, I find Rowena a bit difficult at the best of times, and well, this isn't one of them. I know it's silly, but I just can't face it at the moment. So I was wondering, do you think you could maybe collect it for me? I have the coin to pay for the flower right here. Think it's good at the very end? Yep. Like the second half, I would say. Because the thing with Final Fantasy XIV is that the 0.55 patches, they're like the last story patch in any expansion, are almost always in service to lead up to the next expansion. So there will be a lot of things, and this just goes for every expansion, so this isn't necessarily a spoiler. There will be a lot of things that are brought up, and then we'll just kind of leave you on the edge of your seat. Thank you so much. I'll be waiting for you and the daisy at Raththrust. Aw, poor guy. He just wants his friend to be happy. I mean, to be fair, there's like no one here, Yashoa, so it probably actually does feel colder. Sets things up like the X-Files? Yeah, kinda. Yeah, well, you know where to find the VODs if you so wished. Jesus. I forgot about these. I've been fairly interested in where the stories go, as I generally, yeah. Like, A Realm Reborn is the weakest part of the story, and then it only gets better. What can I do for you today, adventure? Eldritch trinket to trade? Nope, just some money for a flower. I'm gonna play through this game someday. Yeah, get on it soon. There's a new... I think if you did want to start now, I believe like the actual like full Dawn Trail purchase is on sale. So it might not be a bad time. But yeah. They got you running errands now. Them Scions really know how to make the most of your talents, don't they? Sending the savior of yours to the bleeding market. Fine use of your time, that is. Seriously though. You best learn how to say no, or they'll have you mucking out the Chocobo stables next. Anyway, what was it here to pick up? Moon Daisy, was it? Here then, take it. Until that Eda lass, I've got a wide selection of headwear in stock. If she ever decides to replace that dowdy old mask of hers, gods no, she needs to. Okay, yeah, absolutely, what Slut says. Like, it's kind of a meme in the community, but genuinely, the free trial is fucking banging. Like, the first 3 expansions, with their patch content, no restriction on playtime, no like, oh, put in your credit card and we'll charge you later type shit. Like, it's genuinely, like, an incredible deal for what it is. Like, you have some restrictions, like, you won't be able to join a free company, you won't be able to trade items with other players. There's, like, a couple little things like that, but the vast majority streams itself into it. I mean, it's a good fucking deal. Like, a deal that I'm pissed I didn't do. But yeah, it's like genuinely like, if you ever wanted to even try the game, get the free trial. There's no harm in it. It's like exclusively a good idea. I'm not a shill. Anyways, here's ads. $80 GB free? Yeah. It do be a big game. Rowena can be so annoying. This will not take no for an answer. Every time I visit her, she insists I replace my visor with something more fashionable. When I tell her I like it just fine the way it is, she says it again and then again and then again. Drives me crazy. Ugh. What I mean to say is I really appreciate you doing this for me. So anyways, let's see it. Moon daisies are often hung to rafters, trees, or other elevated locations to represent the celestial body when performing holy rituals to the goddess Menfina during daylight hours. Moonbreed will love these things, you know. I hope that somewhere, somehow, she knows I'm still thinking of her.
I'll never forget you, Moon. None of us will.
The song riseth to a crescendo.
Motherfucker. Oh, that's probably fine.
Is that what I think it is?
Hello, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
We have received grave tidings from Ishgard. Pray return to the Rising Stones at once.
Oh shit. Here we go again. Bum 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 bum. My apologies for the interruption. I was deeply saddened to learn of Moonbridge's passing. Her loss will be sorely felt. Alas, recent developments in Ishgard leave us little time to mourn. The envoy from Kurthus will arrive soon, and we must hasten to hear her report. The envoy is here. I thank you for receiving me at such short notice. Time is of the essence, so I would forego the usual pleasantries, if I may. Certainly. You come with news of the Dravanians. Aye. The dragons have begun their attack in earnest. The first wave reached the Central Highlands a short while ago, and the battle was joined soon thereafter. Sir Emmerich himself sallied forth with a contingent of temple knights and several companies of the noble house's finest. Though the beasts were ultimately forced into retreat, our victory, if such it may be called, came at the cost of many of our own. Too many. We will not withstand a second wave should the Dravanians renew their assault. You paint a grim picture, my lady. Is it reinforcements you seek, then? We do. Though it pricks our pride, it is plain we cannot protect Ishgard with our ranks thus thinned by the Horde. Sir Emmerich would meet with you to discuss the possibility of enlisting your aid. Very well. I shall depart for Kurthus at once. I must warn you, however, that the involvement of the Crystal Braves is by no means assured. Our commitment to quelling the unrest in Ul'dah must take precedence. It is with such contingencies in mind that I must make another request. The Scions of Seventh Dawn are known for sharing close ties with all three of the grain companies of Eorzea. Would you consent to plead our case to their leaders? I will gladly appeal to grain companies on your behalf. I dare not promise a favorable reply. You need say no more. Considering our past dealings with the Eorzean Alliance, I can well imagine how our plea will be received. But the fate of Ishgard hangs in the balance. We must explore every avenue still open to us, no matter how unpromising. I see. Very well. I shall send envoys to each of the allied nations and have them present your request directly to the heads of the grand companies. In the event that your plea does receive a favorable answer, know that any support is certain to be conditional. Demands will be made of Ishgard. It is only to be expected. Rest assured that I will speak with Sir Emmerich's authority in this matter, and that our actions are fully sanctioned by the Holy See. Which brings me to my final request. A personal appeal to you, Warrior of Light. The Lord Commander much desires to speak with you, regardless of your fellow's involvement. You faced Midgardsormr and survived. Anything you can share of your experience may yield us an advantage over our foe. Thank you. You wear the mantle of hero well. So it seemed the road leads us both to Camp Dragonhead. Seek me out when you arrive, Jack. I'll just be tripping over my words left and right. Mommy. I mean, sorry.
The sons must answer for their father's misdeeds. Only then will the cycle be broken.
Uh-oh.
Brothers and sisters of the heavens, we raise our voices and join you in the chorus. The sinner's feeble magics are undone. Come, claim your retribution.
Maniacal laugh. It's okay. She bad, so it's fine. Wifey. It seems I was a swifter, Jack. You two, however, have arrived with time to spare, for our host has yet to make an appearance. The murmurings about camp tell of some manner of trouble at the gates of judgment. In Lord Commander's absence, I suggest we visit the place and find out what is afoot. Okay. I just walked by some... You good, mate? When the lay eyes upon Lady Iceheart, I felt the marrow freeze within my bones. Getting sick, it seems. Cringe. Get better. The gates of judgment are more than mere doors. They are the outermost lair of Ishgard's magical wards. If our first line of defense can be so easily shattered. Heretic scum! How dare they meddle with our divine protections? I shall rid our nation of their blasphemy, even if it means cutting them down one by one. Damn. We need not fret over much. There are yet several layers of arcane protection that shield the city from invasion. Mother will be fine. Damn, they're fucking shaking. It would seem the heretic struck the first and most telling blow against Ishgard. Scions, we expected you at Camp Dragonhead. My apologies, we chanced to hear that there had been trouble at the gates, and thought it prudent to investigate the cause. And you have learned of the heretic's treachery. Lady Iceheart led a force of her followers against our defenders, and came close enough to dispel the first of our wards. But let us speak more of this back at camp. Sir Emmerich awaits you. Lady Iceheart has grown bold indeed if she would risk direct action against the city. Come, let us do as we are bid and return to Camp Dragonhead. Lord Horsevant will know where Sir Emmerich means to receive us. It is reassuring indeed to behold the countenance of a friend when one's homeland teeters upon the very brink of disaster. Though a single misstep could send us plunging into the abyss, your heroic presence stokes the flames of courage within my heart. But you did not come to Dragonhead to listen to my prattling. The Lord Commander has arrived, and would treat with you in the intercessory. Rag and tea, Fireblast kills them. I thank you for coming with such haste, and apologize for my absence. Suffice it to say, Lady Iceheart and her heretics have much to answer for. Yes, we are but recently returned from the gates of judgment ourselves. Given the circumstances, we quite understand if you would prefer to postpone our appointed audience. On the contrary, Master Alphino, I think it more important than ever that this meeting take place. Rest assured, I shall return to my post on Ishgard's walls the moment our business is concluded. Before we move on to the subject of reinforcements, however, I would introduce you to a close friend and stalwart ally, Estinian. He's the Azure Dragoon. Oh, there he is. May I present to you Ishgard's Azure Dragoon. An impressive title, but I confess I know precious little of the Order of Dragoons. They are formidable warriors all, yet even among such masters of the lands, Estinian is without equal. He, out of all the warriors of Ishgard, was chosen to wield the power of dragons, and thus contend with any Dravanian. You flatter me overmuch, Lord Commander. But if ever I was without eagle, I am no longer, as my fellow Azure Dragoon here will attest. Be at ease, Jack. I did not come to challenge you this day. Oh yeah, I forgot he has unique dialogue if you actually have Dragoon leveled. Here and Heaven's Lord, yep. Well, now that we've all been introduced, let us proceed to the matter at hand. I would share with you what we have learned of Iceheart's designs, as confessed by the heretics taken captive after the assault on the gates. One moment. Oh, fuck. Hold on. Okay, alright. So it seemed that Lady Iceheart and the Dravanians share a common goal. The reclamation of Nidhogg's stolen eye. Nidhogg, one of the 7 great worms. His name features prominently in your nation's history, though once defeated by the hero Haldrath. The beast is said to have terrorized Kurthus since Ishgard's founding. Many are the scars on our walls, many are the scars our walls bear from Nidhogg's relentless efforts to raise the city. The trophy Haldrath plucked from the bested worm's skull, simply known as the Eye, is a treasured relic of Ishgard, and one possessed of untold power. Should it ever be returned to Nidhogg, the dread creature would be restored to the height of its strength, and then no wall or ward we could erect would be stout enough to deny him. My vengeful son hath waged war against Ishgard for 1,000 years. No mortal mind could comprehend the depths of his rancor. Thanks, Grandpa. The Eye itself has secreted deep within the vault. It is kept under heavy guard, surrounded at all times by men and women who have proven their loyalty to the Holy See. But though stout walls and sharp blades may suffice to discourage the heretics, the dragons are another matter. They are individuals within the Dravanian horde, whom an entire company of knights would labor to repel, to say nothing of Nidhogg himself. Nor does age rob them of their strength. Though the endless march of years the dragons endure, patient, calculating, inexorable. You must understand, these creatures do not share our perception of time. And that is especially true of the great worms, they who spend centuries in slumber only to wake and resume their campaign as if mere hours had passed. It has been 20 years since Nidhogg last darkened our skies. 20 years for him to gather his strength and for us to bolster our defenses. And now, just as he seems primed to return, the heretics strike at the gates. You believe that Lady Iceheart is in league with the creature, then? Of that we cannot be certain. Though we know the heretics covet the Eye, we have been unable to determine their plans for it. Such questions aside, we must needs address the ragged hole in the ragged hole their mistress has seen fit to rend in Ishgard's protection. 'Tis a weakness the Dravanians are not like to leave untested. So it would seem. You have described your plight in admirable detail, Lord Commander. It cannot help but wonder at your candor. Why share such sensitive information with us? I shall speak plain. Ishgard has need of allies, and I would have you bolster our front lines in readiness for the coming battle against the dragons. This much I expected. Unlike our arrangement concerning the Keeper of the Lake, however, you only stand to benefit from our assistance in this matter. I fail to see why we should intervene in a conflict which concerns only Ishgard and Dravania. When the Eorzean Alliance requested Ishgard's assistance during Operation Archon, you refused us. Does it not seem grossly unjust to demand that we now risk our lives in your private war? I make no attempt to defend my country's conduct. I only ask that you consider what would follow were Ishgard to fall. Having razed our city to the ground, the Horde would have little cause to linger, and most would return to the lairs in Dravania. Soon thereafter, the ruins of Kurthus would be buried in snow, and the land would become the sole province of beasts and beastmen. Until the Garlean's arrival, that is. For you may be certain that the Empire would not hesitate to claim Kurthus. They would not even have to draw steel. It makes a good point. Uncontested land in enemy waters. Like... an Imperial province sharing a border with Mordona. 7 hells. Very well. We will assist you in repelling the dragons. The roar of a great worm may have shaken the firmament, but we of Eorzea will not abandon our Ishgardian brothers to face the coming horde alone. Nor did I ever think you would. Now, upon the matter of the roar. Allow me, Sarmak. Through the power of the Eye, I have become a vessel of Nidhogg's strength. His essence has stolen into my very blood. Fear not, I am in full control of my faculties, I assure you. And the Eye itself is of no relevance to this tale. It is not essential that I bear it with me wheresoever I go. Its lingering influence does, however, allow me to hear Nidhogg's voice. Then the worm who roared was Nidhogg, aye. He means to hurl his horde against Danafin's collar and shatter the remaining wards that protect the city. There can be no doubt, the worm has summoned his minions to war. Dun dun. Though the circumstances are far from ideal, this desperate endeavor will at least provide us an opportunity to bring the sister states of Eorzea together in a common cause. Sir Emmerich was more ruthless in his negotiations than I had anticipated. I suppose one must give no quarter when one's home is at stake. But did you see the look on his face when he formally requested our assistance? The Lord Commander has long campaigned for Ishgard to open its gates to outsiders. I suspect this softening of the Holy See's attitude towards foreign cooperation comes as something of a bittersweet victory. The days ahead promise to be interesting indeed. If we are to aid the Ishgardians in this war of theirs, preparations will have to be made, and soon. For proceeding, however, we must needs return to the Rising Stones, and make our report to the antecedent. Okay. Ooh, excuse me. Yeah, for real.
Alphino, it is good to see you. Tell me, what have you learned?
Pray summon the others. Everyone must hear my report.
So this was all but a taste of what's to come.
Indeed. The main host advances upon Ishgard as we speak.
Whose vaunted defenses have been nullified.
Shorn of its wards, the city will bear the full force of Nidhogg's fury.
All those people.
Alphino is right. The Dravanians cannot be allowed to prevail. If Ishgard falls, all of Eorzea will suffer the consequences.
Then you agree that we have no choice but to intervene. For the good of the realm, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn and the Crystal Braves must join the defense of Ishgard.
Let there be no ambiguity about what has been proposed. We would be directly intervening in the war. But if all here believe the cause to be just, then to war we shall go. The path we now embark upon is perilous, but I pray you will walk with us to the end.
Endwalker? Oh.
For those we have lost, for those we can yet save.
Then it is settled. I shall inform the Council of our intentions and request that they contribute their own forces to the defense of Ishgard.
Real's getting suspicious. Why? Volunteer dragon slayers. I bid the Archons travel to their assigned nations. Should the members of the Alliance agree to pledge Grand Company soldiers to Ishgard's cause, our comrades will be on hand to act as intermediaries for the duration of the conflict. Small matter of persuading the Alliance leaders to grant such support, I leave to Alphino. For you, my friends, a different task awaits. I would have you reach out to your fellow adventurers and gather what allies you may for the coming siege. Wow, that's a holdover. A little secret. Not a secret. What we're about to do used to be a trial that you would need, 8 players to do. Now it's a solo instance. So I think this is just a holdover from that. They should have changed, frankly, but, I would also have you consider the matter of our own security. Revenant's Toll is but a short flight from the snowfields of Kurthis. It is not unimaginable that the fighting may spill across the border. We brief Slaffborn on the brewing conflict and discuss the potential contingencies. The frontier settlers must be prepared for aught that might wing its way over our walls. I only hope that such precautions prove unnecessary. Before you leave, might I suggest that you have Tataru accompany you. He has a talent for administration and a firm grasp of the practical challenges we may encounter. Oh yeah. My homegirl Tataru. Yeah, for real. We are rather close to Kurthis, aren't we? We'd best see to our own defenses and take stock of our supplies. Oh, and we'll also need to have beds and bandages laid out just in case. A good receptionist is ready for anything, or for any eventuality. Let's go, Jack. I have 101 things to discuss with Slaffborn. Fuck. Dabu Lubabu. I appreciate the warning. If war is coming to Kurthus, then the toll must be made ready. I'll increase the number of patrols and lookouts immediately. I'll also see about finding room for an infirmary, as well as temporary housing for victims of the conflict. Ishgard has done well by us in the past, and I would return the favor. As for rounding up volunteers for the fight itself, I'm afraid I must disappoint you. I'll not send my fellow guild members to die on Ishgardian soil, and I am certain the headquarters will say the same. There will be no official Adventurers Guild presence at the siege. That said, each adventurer is of course free to do as he or she will. I shall have a word with some of my more capable colleagues on your behalf. You might try your luck here in Revenant's Toll. I dare say there are a few stout souls about town who will answer your calls to arms. Get started, shall we? We have a town to rouse. How do you say no? Yeah, exactly. Bear me your talk of glory and fame. I'm not in the habit of volunteering for lost causes. I've survived this long by trusting my instincts. My instincts tell me to stay well away from Ishgard. Okay. Hey, real. What's up, buddy? Ishgard sounds like she's right, or fuck me. Ishgard sounds like she's in a right mess. That ain't what I wanted to talk to you about. You need to cast your mind back to that scuffle with the Empire, out by the processing plant. A lad from Little Alamigo by the name of Wilrid was there with the 4th that day, and I want to know if you've seen him since. Have you? That's damn it. Feared as much. No one's bloody seen him. It's like the ground just opened up and swallowed him whole. But that ain't all. Around the time Wilrid stopped turning up for duty, then black market weapons went missing from our vault in Old Daw. So now, of course, half the Braves suspect the lad of making off with the goods. Folk like to believe our company's a disciplined fighting force, but as you and me both know, it's no more than a motley collection of mercenaries, adventurers, and Grand Company veterans. The only thing that binds us together is some vague oath about fighting for the freedom of all. That and the steady pay. Now, compared to most others in this crew, Wilburd's a fresh-faced novice, bleeding whelp among wolves. The boy's got passion. When he talked about being a guardian of Eorzea, he bloody well meant it. A lad like him wouldn't rob us blind and bugger off like that. He ain't the type. And then, and this is just between you and me, mind, there's the fact that the lad wanted to tell me about something queer he noticed in the ledgers. Something about the Braves' numbers not adding up. There's a villain at the end of this trail I've stumbled on. And I'll bet me good eye it ain't young Wilred. And he wrote, "You've got a war to wage, so I'll let you get on. I just thought someone should know. I'll be seeing you, Jack." Some suspicious goings on. Ishgard seeks sellswords to bolster its ranks, eh? Though I'm not sure I like the sound of this siege, those nobles will surely be generous with their rewards. But I've pledged myself to guard Revenant's Toll. Modest work though it is, I am loath to break the terms of my contract. What to do. Yeah, Charlie loves Wilrid. Angular adventurer. Volunteer my services in defense of Ishgard. I think not. Begging to claim the lives of every one of my brothers. I do not mean to offer them mine. It was to escape such a fate that I took up the mantle of adventure in the first place. I'd sooner die in the pursuit of fortune than huddled behind an icy wall. A pair. Sell me blade to the Ishgardians. Well, them dragons are a fearsome lot, but I'd slay me fair share of if the coin was good. I've worked with one of them knights before, you know. Watched me like a bloody hawk, you did. Still, I did put up with worse than that for a heavy purse. Well, as long as the pay is good, I guess. There you are, Jack. Did you sway any hearts? Like one, maybe. One or two, eh? Well, out of the mine, that makes 3 or 4, not including Slaffborn's friends. We won't have the largest company in the army, but I'd say one Revenant's Toll veteran is worth a dozen clanking knights at least. I have like the worst case of like wannabe hiccups. Like hiccups that just won't form, but they're still like stopping me. Oh, I've been so caught up with recruiting I almost forgot. There's been word from Alpha now. Hiccuping. Apparently, the Alliance leaders are convening in Ul'dah to discuss Ishgard's plight, and they've requested your presence, as usual. Anyway, you'd best make your way to Ul'dah or you'll be late. Alphino said that he would meet you on the Royal Promenade. Yeah. Sneezing. Derpy McDerpface. I just know this guy is 40 years old. My apologies for calling you away from your tasks. I had hoped to proceed... No, derp? No 4-year-old knows derp. That, it's all, like, 4-year-olds are all skibbity and whatever that bullshit is. Derp is like an age, like, slightly before mine, so... My apologies for calling away from your tasks. I had hoped to proceed with these negotiations one leader at a time, but it seems my urgent request for an audience have prompted a gathering of the council. Needless to say, I felt obliged to attend. The Alliance leaders are already seated within. Let us join them, shall we?
We are well aware of Ishgard's dilemma, and we agree with your assessment.
Then I trust there are no objections to the Crystal Braves' intervention.
Ul'dah has none.
Gridania does not object.
The Crystal Braves are yours to command, Alphino. Do what you will. We shall pray for your success.
It was my hope that you would offer more substantial aid than prayer. I know it is within your means.
Do not presume that you have knowledge of our every concern. The Garleans and the Beast Tribes are but 2 of many. We are not in a position to contribute greatly to the defense of Ishgard, not when our own homes are still under siege.
We dare not leave our interests in Cartano undefended as well. Telegi Adalegi and his ilk would seize control of the territories in our absence.
The enemy is at their gates, and you would cower behind yours?
No one is cowering, boy. We will offer what support we can.
Aye, support. A handful of men and no more.
Would that we could commit more than a token force to this cause. Yet there are others to whom you might turn. The free companies ever want for work.
Ah, yes, the free companies. They're not like to turn you down.
I beg your pardon? You would entrust the survival
See you,
of Ishgard to
Superlex.
sell swords? Crises like these are the very reason why this alliance was formed. It is our duty to aid our fellow man.
My duty is to my country and my people. If you expect us to place the welfare of a foreign power above our own, you're going to be sorely disappointed. Lest you doubt, Limsa comes first, then the Alliance, and finally, circumstances permitting, Ishgard and the rest. If you cannot understand so simple a concept, then you have no place at this table.
Forgive me, Admiral. I was careless in my choice of words.
I suggest you assemble a party of elite adventurers, assuming you haven't already. Your fellows served us well during Operation Archon. I dare say they will do so again. If I may, Your Grace, I wish to propose a redistribution of forces. If we entrust the security of Uldar to the Brass Blades for a time, we can dispatch a larger force to Ishgard. Your Grace?
Yes. Yes, of course. Do what you will.
More shit going on.
Is Her Grace not feeling well?
To the best of my knowledge, Her Grace is in perfect health.
I see. Carry on.
Once again, I owe you an apology. Seems you have been conscripted into leading a contingent of adventurers on yet another mission of inestimable danger. But I fear we have been left with little alternative. We cannot well abandon Lord Horshafont and Sir Emmerich to their fate. I mean, we could. We must abide by the Council's decision, as short-sighted as it is, and strive to fulfill our rules as yours as guardians. Captain Oberd, what news? And the assault has begun. We have but this moment concluded our audience with the Alliance leaders. Move our forces into position. Your unit will join House Durandare at the Steel Vigil. Man the cannons alongside the knights, and thin the Dravanian horde ere they descend upon Ishgard. I will join you as soon as I am able. Jack, I would have you and your adventurer allies bolster defenses at the Steps of Faith. Report first to Sir Marceline at the Gates of Judgment, and he will direct you to where you are needed most. May the gods grant us victory. Dun dun. Right. You are the appointed captain of the sellsword contingent? Then welcome. There is no shortage of blade work to be done. As we speak, Dravanian skirmishing parties are harrying positions across the Central Highlands. I've assigned the Crystal Braves and your fellow adventurers to contain these scattered attacks. For the present, I would have you join them. This is, of course, merely a precursor to the assault on Ishgard proper. The wily serpents seek to divide and confuse our forces, but we will not be so easily drawn out of position. The Temple Knights will remain on the steps of faith and continue our preparations. When the Horde arrives in force, they shall face a wall of Ishgardian steel. Report back to me once their advanced skirmishers are slain. Oh hey, it's that one adventure we picked up. We should not have left the toll. I'm walking for what it held up. I don't know if I've done it yet. Like in the solo way it is. Aw, that's cute. It's like a party of adventurers themselves, and this one is from Ishgard, and the other's like, of course we're helping. It's your home world. It's your hometown. Your home world. That's cute. I love the like little world building shit like that. You care that you're French, buddy. You're a friend and we're here for you. Jesus. Bum 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 dum. Come on, huddle up. Commander. Hold on. Yeah. Chat, your girl needs a nap. What news, adventurer? Your reinforcements. Decimated, you say? Travanian devils, damn their scaly hides. Hold fast to your grief and fury, my lady. We will avenge the deaths of your fellows in the battle to come. Ere you commit yourself to the siege, you should know what it is you are tasked with defending. Beyond the gates of judgment lies the steps of faith, a great bridge of stone that leads directly to the city of Ishgard. More than simply a means to cross the sea of clouds, the bridge serves as a foundation for the arcane wards that form the barrier we call Danafin's Collar. Alas, in dispelling the barrier's outermost layers, that thrice-damned witch Iceheart stripped the bridge of its protection, and thus are the dragons now able to land unhindered upon the steps of faith. Should the Dravanians succeed in destroying the remainder of the wards, the winged devils will be free to swarm within the city itself. Needless to say, we cannot suffer that to happen. It shall be our task as defenders to prevent any harm from coming to those parts of the bridge wherein the ward is sealed. 3 yet remain, and we have dispatched our forces accordingly. Sorry. I would ask you and your comrades to accompany our defenders at the outermost ward. I should hope that includes us as well, yes? Just the wonderful looking at meme, yeah. Signs of the 7th Dawn. We cannot well stand idly while the Horde threatens the good people of Ishgard. Indeed, to do otherwise would go against all that Master Louisville has taught us. As for where we may be of most assistance, I think it prudent we divide into 2 groups. Eden and I will join the rear guard. Right. If the dragons should reach us, we'll be sure to give them what for. Thank you, all of you. Pray speak with me again when your preparations are complete. Together we shall stand against the Horde. Nod. We aren't even halfway through the patch. I trust you are ready then. Good. Come, let us make for the battlefield. God, he's so fucking cool. I want this guy as a mount, and it's full size. Claim victory this day, or Ishgard falls. Accept the fury into your heart and defend this bridge with your life's blood. Vishap. And destroy the wards of Danafin's Collar. Let not a single dragon pass. Let's finish this quickly. Wait, Thancred's not even using the rogue animations. He's just using, like, gladiator animations. What a fraud. Oh, that's doing constant damage. Oops. This is my favorite type of dragon. It's the turtle. What in the... Fall back. Fall back now. Fucking run! Pull back the artillery. Their champion advances. God, it's so cool, man. Damn. Rip Temple Knight. 6.2, yep. Because it was when they were doing their full reworking of entirety of ARR. I think it was 5.3, they started like cutting back on ARR stuff, but then like the huge reworks happened after. I just remember they were really choked up on work because of, you know, everything that happened in 2020. On top of the end of Shadowbringers of all fucking expansions. Well, it's a good thing I can't count. Defeat the champion at all costs. Earthshaker! Classic dragon move. No! The Temple Knights! And the Stalwart Adventure! No! Oops. Damn. Second ward has fallen. Fall back. There's nothing left to be done here. Damn, this team is good. Wow. Let me just catch all of these fucking bullets with my face. Yeah, trust me, you're not missing a lot. Like, if anything, I think the most, like, bad thing that most players will never experience is Castrum Meridianum. That was just always a chill time. Know your folly. Thank you, Estinian. Experience of seeing the dog shit, yeah. Is that Hustien? That might be Hustien from the level 60 Dragoon quests. The same color armor. I wonder if that's intentional. It's not without weaknesses. Keep it up. No, on the other adventures. Oh my god, the Passage of Arms? What the fuck? Holy shit! Oh, that's awesome! That's definitely something that didn't exist, because that was not a skill in A Realm Reborn. That is a Stormblood skill right there. Grant us strength! This guy will not fall. Not today. Hey. The Dawn Trail, baby. Oh yeah. The dragons, they're withdrawing! Victory is ours! One of Nidhogg's greatest champions, slain. The Horde will not soon recover from this blow. But what of you, Nidhogg? Why did you not join your minions and make of this battle a slaughter? Have you grown so fond of the stench of your lair? Yep, you prefer to have your allies fight your battles for you. You have a girl to do your bidding now, do you not? No matter. I shall slay Iceheart and all the rest. But I yearn to spill the blood of a great worm, Nidhogg, and only your death will sate my lance. There he goes. Hey, they all made it. They're all tired as fuck, though. This fucking Makota is just like dead. No, never mind. She's traumatized. Do you have any games on your Tone? Jack, the dragons are routed. Lest you wonder, the fighting at the Steel Vigil was also fierce, but my Crystal Braves were not found wanting. Commander Leveilleur, Jack. True to your word, you arrived to aid us in our hour of need. On behalf of the Holy See and the people of Ishgard, I offer you my humble thanks. Though I would stay and lavish you with well-deserved praise, I fear I must away to oversee the aftermath of the siege. Not all the dragons are fled, and there are yet wounded to be carried from the field. Pray let us meet anon, that I might express my thanks with the proper courtesy. We have indeed achieved victory in a victory of single fuck. We have indeed achieved a victory of singular importance. With the Dravanian horde thus weakened and scattered, the threat to Ishgard has been greatly diminished. Mayhap equally significant, the Holy See must now recognize the necessity of cooperation with foreign powers. Long have they barred their gates against the outside world, but I'm confident that the day will soon come when Ishgard proclaims itself a member of the Eorzean Alliance once more. Much have we sacrificed in our struggles against the dragons and primals, the Ascians and the Empire. But step by step by unfaltering step, we march ever nearer to our goal. And as ever, the journey is made with you in the van. The victory you have won this day gives us greater hope for the morrow. It is a hope that shall sustain us in the days to come, and bear us past the many evils that yet seek to hinder our progress. Yes, we have done well, my friend. And I, for one, would take a moment to savor the enormity of our achievement. The demands of the duty, however, allow me little time for levity. I must accompany Captain Ilberd back to Ul'dah and reassign those braves whose squads suffer heavy losses. You, my friend, have earned a rest at the Rising Stones. Pray return to Revenant's Toll and share your tale with Menphilia in person. We will see to the informing the other nations of what took place here. Do be sure to give our regards to Menphilia. Bum 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 bum. Jack, welcome back. Alpno sent word of the siege, and of course, of the role you played in ending it. Your deeds never cease to amaze me, Jack. Thank you. You must be wary, Jack, and now it may very well be your only chance to... Antecedent. A messenger from Ul'dah arrived with a missive for you. Royal seal. Curious indeed. Ah, an invitation. On behalf of the Council of the Eorzean Alliance, Her Royal Majesty Nanamo Ul'Namo invites the Scions of the Seventh Dawn to attend a feast at the Royal Palace of Ul'dah in honor of Ishgard's recent victory. It would seem we are to be recognized for our part in lifting the siege, you for your valiant efforts as commander on the adventurers contingent, and the Archons for their earnest attempts to rouse the city-states. Truly, I find it strange that the Alliance leaders should think themselves deserving of a place at such celebration. All three refused to deploy their standing armies, preferring to send hastily assembled companies of sellswords, many of whom perished ere the siege began. Are they truly so brazen as to seek to share in the glory of your triumph? But mayhap they simply seek a pretext to meet with the Ishgardians while the mood is yet jubilant. Such an occasion would present a fine opportunity to press for Ishgard's return to the Eorzean Alliance. We have scarce had time to mourn Moon Breda, and I, for one, am in no mood to carouse. But I suppose we must put away our grief for the good of the realm. Though your promised rest, here I must insist that you also attend. It would be a strange celebration indeed if the victorious hero were not present. Pray content yourself with the thought that such occasions may bring about momentous change, and this without recourse to bloodshed. Taru, if you would do me the favor of contacting the rest of the Scions. Of course, Antecedent. And please let me know if there's anything else I can do. Curious. I've never known Tataru to sigh at such a quest. Could that be amiss? Not here. Tataru is conspicuous by her absence. What's up, Flamine? Do you know? Tataru? I believe she just stepped outside. Now that I think on it, she did seem rather preoccupied. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Did I miss anything big? Just look over there. There's no way to... Oh, hello, Jack. I was just, entertaining some friends. Oh, gods. Certified Valentine's if it was awesome. I like this one that just, like, is so uninterested in the argument. Just like, wanna go fuck? This is anchored. There she is. Hey, Kaharu. I'll show you a smile if you're happy to pay. Oh, Jack, it's you. Didn't mean to worry anyone. Nothing, really. Oh, not exactly nothing, but I feel like it feels like nothing compared to the towering trials you and the others face every day. And that's why I should probably talk to Minfilia before things get any worse. You always know what to say, Jack. I'm glad we had this little chat. I didn't say anything. Blink, blink. Okay. Yes, Tataru? You have my undivided attention. I've been hesitant to broach the subject, what with all the recent excitement, but Jack had made me realize that there's no time like the present, and time is what I'm here to ask you for. Not sure I understand. You wish to be excused from your duties for a time, then you have certainly earned the rest, but I suspect that lying abed is far from your intent. Know me too well, antecedent. There is in fact something I've been wanting to try my hand at. Along with the adventurers and the Crystal Braves, the Scions are constantly being thrown into dangerous battles and deadly predicaments. Even Hoary Boulder and Coltonite have been promoted from guard duty to fill our needs for competent warriors. So it seems only right that I too should acquire the power to defend myself. And others, more importantly. When I return, I shall be both your receptionist and your bodyguard. Hey! This is the first time I've almost been knocked to the ground by a Lalafell. Never seen Mr. Terry so determined. Thought befell which I might help antecedent? Not at the present, thank you. Was there something you would ask of me? Oh, yes. Pray excuse my distraction. An adventurer who was to join us for escort duty was injured while out on patrol. And I fear we cannot properly defend the scholars entrusted to our protection without the aid of at least one more guard. Therefore, I humbly request that another adventurer of the capable kind, of course, be assigned to our party. Very well, I shall consider the potential candidates and provide you with a replacement as soon as I am able. But thanks, antecedent. I take my leave of you. One sec. How to defend oneself, Taro has ever been full of surprises. Now to think about it, I do recall Oriange mentioning that she had developed an interest in Arcanima. Mayhap she hopes to gain admittance to the Arcanist Guild in Limsa Mensa. Yes, that will be the way of it. You would be so kind as to journey to the guild and see that all is well? It is doubtless unwarranted, but surely I'm not alone in my concern for her safety. Now the really weird downtime before the plot expediates. Oh, she in the plot? I know you're here. Jack, what are you doing here? I didn't mean for her to worry. That's the last thing I wanted. Putting an end to such worries is precisely the reason I'm here, don't you see? I, Tataru, shall become a great and powerful Arcanist. And now, at Mr. Stubergeim's behest, I must go and complete a special training exercise until we meet again. Where's my fucking money, Dracula? If it isn't Jack. What brings you to the guild? Wow, this mod does not work well on her. I forgot. Just looks sick. So you're acquainted with our newest member. An Arcanist of your experience must see that her potential is somewhat lacking. Nevertheless, she would not be denied, and goes now to undertake her first trial, a simulated inspection of three crates. Doubtless you recall receiving similar training under Kalia's supervision. That occurs to me. Why not oversee Tatara's training yourself? Given your relationship with the girl and your familiarity with the task, I think you the ideal choice. You need only head to the cliff south of the Zephyr Gate, as before, and observe at a distance. Okay. Yump. Our Azure seized the pirate's port, where she met her shining jewel. For to bring the smuggler's plans to naught, came the last whom none could fool. Beat him with the backdraft, got him with the gust, deck him with the downburst, go, carbuncle, go. Are those crates I spy? And this must be the true test. We're ready for them, aren't we, carbuncle? Carbuncle? Oh no. Go back, Carbuncle, go back! Barely a snack. I should have known you'd come, Jack. You needn't say a word. Your face says it all. I know you bore witness to my shame. Betrayed by my own carbuncle and left at the mercy of wild beasts. I must accept the truth. I'll never be a warrior like you or the others. I'll inform Mr. Stubagam of my intention to withdraw from the guild. Arcanima, like so much else, is beyond me. Oh. Poor girl, she just wants to help. Oh, back so soon. I've heard our fledgling Arcanist. Abysmally, Mr. Stubagam, abysmally, as Jack will testify. I was wrong to become an Arcanist. Wrong as usual. I'm completely and utterly unqualified. And I sincerely apologize for wasting your time. Antaru. If that were true, I would not have permitted you to join in the first place. We must all come to accept our limitations, lest our ambitions lead us astray. However, we must not lose sight of our own strengths in the process. By a level skip in a log station. For example, your exceptional skill with numbers helped you to gain a solid grasp of the fundamentals of Arcanima. Were it not so, you would not have struggled even to summon Carbuncle to your side. In my opinion, the Scions are truly fortunate to have such a capable, good-natured receptionist in their service. Would you not agree? Too kind, Mr. Stubergein. Though I could not overcome this challenge, I shall take your words to heart, and try not to be discouraged. Touching as these garments are, I fear I shall never don them again. Can't go back to the Rising Stones without something to show for my time away. Wait, I know what I can do. That is, if you don't mind accompanying me for a little longer. Wonderful. Into Costa del Sol we go. Bit of a gamble, but I'm confident it'll pay off. I got enough of you call my car scraper. I see someone capable of fighting being a character, especially after so much cape shit, and gives every side character superpowers. They'll ever have a pet to help with their tasks. I don't think she has one around, if that's what you're wondering. But I think... I don't know. I think the issue is that the Carbuncle just straight up did not behave at all. So it probably wouldn't help her at all. Yes, this is it. This is where the man at the Drowning Wench told me to look. There's a certain variety of clam which can be harvested here this time of year in Bloodshore, one of which produces the most marvelous pearls. However, these clams are also coveted by certain wild creatures, and since I fared rather poorly in battle last time, let us be off. Hold on. There we go. What fortune. Already found one. Would you be so kind as to keep watch while I work? This should only take a moment. No, ew, bad. Fuck off. Bonk. Bonk. Fucking obliterate that guy. Well fought, Jack, well fought. I knew I was right to come, to ask you to come. As for me, I have my prize, a bounty of blood pearls. Though named for their reddish hue, they were treasured as wards against dark magics in ancient times. I thought I might make terms for everyone, so no matter where they go, they will always come home. Aw. It's sort of the power to defend myself and other people in a way. Right, well, I mustn't keep Fleming waiting. There's work to be done, and lots of it. To secure provisions for the Scions and the limits and markets. I may have an eye for quality, but I have a nose for bargains. We'll be heading back to the Rising Stones. If so, pray convene my apologies to the antecedent, and tell her that she needn't worry about me. Farewell, Jack. Thank you for everything. That sounded rather final, didn't it? How about until we meet again? Bye. Ba 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 ba. Everyone's all cleared out. Welcome home, Jack. I gather you found Tataru and Limsa Laminsa? Aye, it sounds as she had quite an adventure. While it did not end as she had hoped, I suspect that it will prove to be a valuable experience. I dare say she could have managed without our intervention. Even so, I appreciate you indulging my request. I wonder, do you perchance recall the commitment I made to furnish Hoary Boulder with a capable adventure? I'm sorry to say that I have as of yet been unable to do so, and I realize that you are rather more than a capable adventurer. The escort duty is frankly beneath a woman of your talents, but I have no one else to turn to at present. Might you be willing to forego rest and assist us in this matter? Generous to a fault. I thank you, Jack. Now, it seems only fair that I explain the import of the task in question. For some time, our order has employed a handful of scholars to travel around Eorzea, taking etheric readings that we might better understand the impact of primal summonings. Naturally, it behooves us to ensure our employees' safety, and so we ask the adventurers in our service to serve as escorts. Poor Boulder and Coltonay were to act as two such escorts, as was the third adventurer. Alas, due to injury, said adventurer is not presently fit for duty, hence my need to impose upon your goodwill. You truly are a pillar of strength, Jack. Hoary Boulder will share with you the details of your task. He should be waiting for you outside. Be safe. Ah, Jack. Is it true that you agreed to lend us a hand? Yep. So, what did I tell you, Coltonay? Our misfortune has become a blessing, an opportunity to serve alongside the warrior of light herself. Need I remind you that we have 3 scholars to escort, each of whom will take a different route? True. But our mission is the same. Separated by moms we may be, but in spirit we shall be together. If such thoughts bring you joy, you're welcome to thank them. More practical concerns. Jack, we would have you attend to the scholar charged with surveying the South Shroud. Waiting at Camp Tranquil as we speak. All you need to do is follow the man. He'll determine the most appropriate locations to take his readings. In spirit, Jack, in spirit. We shall be stronger, or we shall be together every step of the way. Oh, I love Pori Boulder. Fucking top 10 Scion right there. At last, the Scion's woman deigns to grace me with her presence. Pity that we have no time for pleasantries. Our first destination is Yuzamhar. Come, we are late enough as it is. Okay. That was a hunt. Oh well. Yes, this location should suffice. Once I finish calibrating my instruments, I will require but a moment to take the necessary measurements. I trust I need not explain that my work can suffer no interruptions. Then please, stand at an appropriate distance and keep watch for wild beasts. I see we both have completed our respective tasks. A satisfactory outcome, that. Though if I could make one suggestion, you might try to dispatch your foes more quietly in the future. I do not like to pick fault, but I really must be allowed to concentrate. I'm gonna fucking push you into the Palace of the Dead if you don't shut up. Now then, Snake Mole awaits, shall we? Juanito. Get into a marble, yeah. Oh god, that's what I want. The evil ass fuck music. Right about here. Yes, as before, I would ask that you keep an eye out for dangerous beasts as I work. What an absolute name for a mob. Deep Void Death Mouse. Oh shit. Fascinating. These readings are not at all what I expected. Though perhaps that should come as no surprise. I'm not given to superstition, but there's a queer, almost blasphemous air hereabouts. Let us quit this place and return to Roots Lake. We have one more site to survey. I'll cleave him, that's what I'm saying. As before, my guardian, pray lead me to my task and ensure our safety. Let's see some television. Anyway, back to this. Sounds boring. And it's going to suck. This data should prove invaluable to... Gods, what is that stench? You slaughter a creep of adamantoids while my back was turned. Fixing out at Camp Tranquil. I will not have my clothing reeking of blood and offal. So... I'm about to commit a Garlemald. Huh. He chose a pat on the ichor a while longer, I take it. No matter. I took advantage of my unexpected privacy and performed a cursory analysis of my data. It would appear that there has been a measurable decrease in Eorzea's ambient ether concentration since the calamity. However, this data is far from conclusive. We must take additional measurements to confirm my assessment. I'm gonna start doing a nerd voice. For our next survey, I would have you escort me to Earth's Found. The ambient ether concentrations there are so high that the crystalline structures form spontaneously. Consequently, anomalous fluctuations should be much easier to detect. Brilliant, yes? Don't bother answering. That was rhetorical. Now comment out. This man's a fucking walking actually. Manifest extra glasses on your face. Wow, I have a patch note for you from the game Eugenics, which honestly kind of looks good. Here's a sentence from one of the patch notes. Fixed a case where a non-binary cat with dwarfism would crash the game if playing in Brazilian Portuguese. That is fucking incredible. Like, the sentence of all time. You should be more than familiar with the procedure by now. Pray find a suitable position from which to keep watch while I take measurements. Yes, quite high. Yet still markedly lower than the historical measurements taken near the end of the CIX Astral Era. Could the presence of a primal account for the difference? Or is there something else? Something else? Something else. Zion, come here, I need you! Fucking rip. Fear not, my friends, help has arrived. Here you are, Jack. Rory and I were worried for you and your charge failed to return at the appointed hour. Yeah, somewhere right there, Charlie just felt a pain in his chest. Cut it like a hog. Not by one, no. These wounds were made with a blade. But not by one, no. These wounds are made with a blade. Doesn't look like he put much of a fight either. Carrying a mark on his sword or shield. Heard nothing of any Crystal Brave operations in this area. What caused Wilbur to come here? Oh, what shall we do? And we will see to the Scholar's protection, Jack. Aye, and the boy's remains. You should return to the Rising Stones. The Antecedent will want to know what happened here. And so do I. Fucking pussy, unnerved at the sight of a corpse. Watch this. An Italian corpse. Jack, you returned. You seem troubled. Will the role of escort chafe you so? Over dead? Yeah, murdered? Brother 12, how can that be? I'll send word to Alphino at once. He'll want to conduct a full investigation and send word to Wilfred's family. God, he was just a boy. Why would you do this and why? Wow, I just noticed. That quest was called The Least Among Us, and the word among is the only thing uncapitalized. Like, look at that. The recent events weigh heavily on our minds. We must needs set them aside for now. We are come to a defining moment in Eorzean history. The grand commemoration of our joint defense of Ishgard. First time in 15 long years that our people have stood side by side with our neighbors to the north to fight in common cause. This may mark the true rebirth of the Eorzean alliance. Feeling that, it should at the very least serve to bring our nations closer together. We have a reason to raise our voices in celebration, do we not? We've bested Dravanians and Ascians both. Against desperate odds, we have fought and won. But the Primal still plague us, and the Empire still plots our subjugation. And our triumphs, remarkable though they are bought at a terrible price. Brave adventurers and allies broken on the steps of faith, and before our eyes in this very room, our dear friend Moonbrita. This is a victory we have wrought. It is just bitter ashes in my mouth. I'd sooner stay here and invite those with more appetite to enjoy the feast in my stead. Alas, it is a royal banquet, and all of our allies will be in attendance. It is our duty to present a united front, that we might serve as a beacon of hope to all. It seems I have no choice but to take my own advice. I instructed the others to meet us in Ul'dah, that we might make our grand entrance together. Unfortunately, I had to settle for leaving Tatara and Lamina a note. If they do not return quickly, they will have to settle for whatever leftovers I can smuggle out of the fragrant chamber. God, that is a mood though. Going to like a party, like a wedding or some other formal event, and just seeing how many sweets from the table you can just, for lack of a better term, pocket. Off to the big soiree, Jack. Raise a glass for me, eh? Or not. You don't look best pleased. Something on your mind. And a navigator. Forward's dead. God damn it. They must know they've been rumbled. I mean, sod it. It's past time we had this talk. After our last conversation, I got to thinking about where certain funds are coming from. I had to dig around on the quiet lake. Sure enough, I found it. Seems a fair bit of coins made its way into the Braves' coffer, courtesy of a Dodo Consortium. A daft name for a business if ever I heard one, which is what first gave me an inkling that something weren't right. I went through the ledgers again, found another half-dozen donations from organizations with stupid bloody names. Didn't take long to find a common thread. All were owned by the Mirage Trust. I'll give the bastard credit. Showed us up for the amateurs we are. Short of calling one of his businesses the bloody bribery consortium, I don't know what more he could have done to mock our financial contributions. Gods only know how many men of the first and third are taking Taleji's coin. And now we know, as some of them were, or as some of them are, I'd wager me right eye that they're the ones what did for Rilrid. Right, they replied to something. The earnest young fool had taken to asking the wrong kind of questions. Bound to attract attention he was. Should have seen it at a time, but it didn't. Gods damn me. Still, I don't see what Taleji hopes to accomplish. He had a scheme with all the care of a drunk pissing into the wind. No, he's cleverer than this. But we need to be clever too. The only way we'll ever repay this debt of blood. We'll purge every one of them traitorous bastards from our ranks. On that, you have me word. And Jack, mind yourself when you're in Ul'dah, eh? We're headed into a storm. I can smell it. The kind what'll swoop a man overboard and drag him under before he knows it. Everything's gonna be fine. Our private army is being fed by corrupt coin, and one of our guys who figured it out is dead. What could possibly go wrong? Is it time? I think it's time, right? What do you think, Beryl? Yeah, that's what I say too. Yeah. I think it's about time it happens, right? Uh-oh. Is that... No, just my imagination. Oops. Guards armor, please. We've been waiting for you, Jack. The celebration is due to begin shortly. I had hoped that we might make our introductions together, but Mistress Momodi just sent word that you were needed at the quicksand. Alright, we have a bit of shit first. We'll go on ahead, Jack. Ready to join us once matters at the quicksand are resolved. Give my regards to Modi, and let her know that I will call upon her anon. Alright, man. Sorry, the way Jack's eyes were like perfectly between the Q and U of Quest. That is fucking killing me. Got them like New Year's glasses. God damn it. Hey, Momodi. I appreciate you dropping in on such short notice, Jack. I know you've got places to be, so I won't waste your time. You're friends with a crystal brave by the name of Aliane, aren't you? Former adventurer? Come to think of it, I'm pretty sure you recruited her yourself. Well, anyways, she came around for a meal not long ago, but before she left, she asked me to give you a message. That if the others ended up dragging you to the feast, I was to see you got it before you made your grand entrance. Meet me at the station west of the Coffer and Coin. There's something I must show you. Short message, I'll grant you. But she thought long and hard before picking those words. Barely touched her food, too. Under other circumstances, I'd thought those signs of a troubled heart. Something tells me she ain't planning to ask your thoughts on a gentleman caller. A rank. Oh my goodness. How pissed do you think people are going to be that I'm going to kill this A rank? Oh, well, there's someone else here to kill it, so that's good. Easy. Besides, no one does a Realm Reborn hunt trains. Uh-oh. As you stand upon the platform, your thoughts begin to wander, and all too soon, the ghosts of comrades lost and enemies slain begin to file by your mind's eye in solemn procession. Clearing your head, you scan the horizon, but see no sign of Aliane. Straining your ears to listen, you hear the chatter of Kikirin and the buzzing of syrphids, but no approaching footfall. Sighing, you bow your head only to notice a vial lying at your feet. Jack, is that you? What brings you out this way? Lieutenant Eliane. I know, I haven't seen her about. Had you come this way, I guarantee we would have crossed paths. Must have passed the spot a dozen times. We're to patrol the city's environs on account of the royal banquet. Captain's orders, you understand. Speaking of which, isn't it about to begin? You with the other honored guests, enjoying your well-deserved respite. I pray return to Old Dodge, Jack. If I had a chance to meet Lieutenant, I will tell her you were here.
O Sultan Tree, hallowed spirit of my line. Through my weakness, the glorious house of Ul has all but disappeared beneath the sands. For want of the strength to raise it up again, it were better that it fall. Forgive me, but I know not what else to do.
Lots of and other Kill you, Laurentius. I reckon you'd head straight to the feast after meeting with Eliane. What's the matter? No appetite? She wasn't there, but this was, eh? Let's see. Looks to me like an alchemist file. Beyond that, I can't say. Might be best if you hold on to it for safekeeping, though. Any road, no use worrying about Eliane. I'm sure she'll turn up before too long, and when she does, we'll soon find out what this was all in aid of. Besides, you got more important things to think about. Would you believe that, while you were away, another message arrived for you? Well, one did. One delivered by the Sultana's handmaiden, no less. Seems Her Grace desires a private audience. Her handmaiden will meet you in the royal promenade and escort you to the Sultana's chambers. What are you waiting for? Go on then. Go!
You needn't trouble yourself so. Your Grace is most kind, but it is no trouble to me, rather an honor. If your Grace is ready, I shall summon the Warrior of Light. I am.
Everyone looks to be in high spirits.
With good cause.
A common victory may serve to unite even the most unlikely of allies. You've brought us one step closer to a united Eorzea.
Your modesty knows no bounds, Antecedent. Were it not for your efforts, Sir Emmerich would never have become such a steadfast ally. When he convinces his countrymen to rejoin the Alliance, we shall all reap the benefits, military and economic. I tell you, we are on the cusp of a new era of unity and prosperity. Territorial disputes are all that divide us now. But I have faith that we will find an amicable solution in time. And failing that, I'll have my trusty warrior of light box the ears of all concerned. Speaking of whom...
She will be joining us shortly. A matter at the quicksand required her attention, but it did not sound serious.
All right. All right, Beryl, what do you think? Do you think? Are you capable of such things? Want to eat noodles? Oh man, noodles do sound good. I have some cup ramen. I might do that after stream. It's super basic, but like, fucking love cup ramen. Spicy noodles too, those are good. Thank you for coming, madam. Her Grace is most eager to speak with you. If you require a moment to compose yourself before your audience, you may have it. Or, if you're ready, it would be my honor to escort you to Her Grace's chamber forthwith. There it is. The first of many warnings such as this. It's recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these cutscenes in their entirety. You're seeing the first one, yeah.
Enter. Your Grace, your guest has arrived. Pray, come in and take your ease.
Tis well that the steps of faith held against the Horde.
And what of the city proper?
We sustained some few losses, but the heart of our nation yet beats with vigor. I am not certain I could say the same had we not received your most generous aid.
An attack on Ishgard is an attack on the realm. We stand together or fall divided.
Such noble words. after the fact.
I had hoped to speak in the presence of Her Grace, but it seems she has been delayed. That being the case, now would seem as good a time as any. Honored friends, pray allow me to convey Ishgard's warmest gratitude for your part in the defense of our lands. Tis upon the success of this very alliance that my recommendation to throw open the gates of judgment shall be founded. With the blessing of the Archbishop, it is my hope that Ishgard will soon be reunited with her long-estranged sister nations, and that Eorzea shall once more be as one.
Very well.
Is aught amiss?
Nothing to worry about. I shall return anon. You wished a word, Yu Hase?
You may go. Your Grace. You must be curious as to the reason for this private audience. The matter I would discuss, however, will soon make apparent the need for discretion. I intend to abdicate the throne and dissolve the monarchy.
A grand idea.
You have seen for yourself the storm of turmoil that howls through our streets. The government fails in its responsibilities, and my subjects suffer the consequences of our incompetence. But I will see them suffer no longer. The victory feast shall provide the stage on which I declare the dissolution of the Sultanate. 'Tis mine intent that the ruling class of our golden city should take its place beside the common man in a fair and equitable republic. No more shall this nation bow to the whims of a privileged few. Yet, that which I propose will entail the tearing up of this city's very foundations. And even Roban, with all his strength and influence, will be hard-pressed to keep his footing on such treacherous ground. Thus would I ask you to lend him a steadying hand. You who have endured the wrath of innumerable foes are the one hero in whom I can place my trust. Will you do this thing for me?
Yeah, easy.
I am truly grateful. More grateful than I can well express. Much of my dread for the coming days has been quieted.
Grace! Her Grace, the Sultana, is dead. Poison in her wine? You did this!
Spare us your denials! I see no other suspects, and the room has but the one entrance. I hereby accuse you of regicide. Men, arrest this viper.
Sir, barring a few exceptions, we have detained all those with allegiance to the Scions. The Rising Stones is also under our control.
And what do you hope to achieve with this mutiny?
Why, that which we have striven for all along, Commander. The salvation of Eorzea.
What is the meaning of this?
Knights from the homeland. This cannot bode well.
Lord Commander, we have received an urgent message from the Holy See. I am grieved to report that your serpentine foes have resumed their assault. Needless to say, your presence is urgently required. These knights have come to bear you swiftly home to Ishgard.
A surprise attack?
We've had no such word from our men, and the timing is most fortuitous to catch us away from the city.
Most fortuitous indeed.
Lord Commander, we must away!
You have been a most gracious host. I hope that I might one day return the favor. Come, Lucia.
Whatever is going on in there? Ah, the ever-dutiful brass blades. I must apologize, but my dance card is rather full. Another time, perhaps?
Thancred, of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. You stand accused of committing acts of espionage in service to the Garlean Empire.
Espionage? What in the seven hells are you talking about? If you're referring to that business with the Ultima weapon, then you must understand, I wasn't myself.
Under interrogation, an Imperial prisoner revealed your involvement in numerous dealings with the enemy. We've also been investigating reports that you are a practitioner of forbidden arts. You'd best come along with us.
You invite me to your party and now you want me to leave? I do so detest receiving mixed signals. Come then. I believe I've lost my appetite for this farce of a celebration.
You go too far, Lord Adeleji. By what right do you march armed soldiers into a royal banquet and eject state visitors without her grace's consent? You treat the brass blades as your personal army and show contempt for the throne with your every act. Leave us, now.
Is that an order, General? Mayhap you have mistaken me for one of your flames. You will find I am not so slavishly obedient. As you lecture me on personal armies. As for your outrageous claim that I have shown contempt for the throne, let all here observe that it was not I who feasted while an assassin removed its occupant. I expect this is your idea of defending the nation, is it? This and diluting our forces through these distractions in Cartano and Kurthis. I do begin to see how the ranks of the Immortal Flames came to be riddled with Garlean sympathizers. You are plainly unfit for command.
Wait, goddamn you. Your words make no sense. What assassin?
You mean to say you don't know? We caught the vaunted champion of the Scions in her Grace's private chambers, not moments after the deed was done.
No! No, this cannot be!
Save your breath. You will need it to plead your case. You and your entire order are to be tried for this atrocity. Bring in the prisoner!
This woman stands accused of poisoning Her Royal Majesty Nanamu ul Namo and is suspected accessories to the crime. All members of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn will be detained for questioning.
This is madness!
What a pity. Who'd have thought your tale would end like this?
Should you demand further proof, a vial with traces of the substance used to poison Her Grace was found upon the assassin's person.
This bitch.
How very convenient.
You would speak of convenience? Who persuaded Her Grace to host this celebration? A diversion which presented you and your Confederates ample opportunity to commit the crime, and a crowd within which to fade from view. A more convenient occasion I could scarcely imagine.
How dare you! After all we have done for Uldar!
Hold your tongue, witch! I'll not be ensorcelled! I know all about the dark gift that you and your disciples wield. Oh, yes. I've observed how you worked upon the minds of the Alliance leaders, bending them to your will. And what of your cordial relationship with Sir Emmerich? For years, Ishgard abjured all contact with the outside world, and now the Lord Commander of the Temple Knights treats you with the familiarity of a childhood friend. I'll tell you what I think. I think this desperate defense of Ishgard was but a ruse to deceive us into dividing our forces. Your next move will be to charm your Kurthan allies into invading our lands.
Oh my goodness.
Now that is truly ridiculous.
How do you even think of this stuff?
She cannot be dead. Stand aside, Ilbert. I want to see the Sultana.
Spare yourself the pain, brother. I saw her with my own eyes. For a mercy, the poison took her swiftly. Her handmaiden can attest to that.
This cannot be. Nanamo. Nanamo. No!
Honestly, all the voice acting in this scene is so good. Very emotional.
Plainly, the Royalists can no longer be relied upon to keep our nation safe, and so it falls to the monitorists of the Syndicate to govern Uldar. But should you wish to help us, General, we would be more than happy to entrust the task of planning Her Grace's funeral to you. It seems only right that you should bury your precious Sultana, and we will be glad to be rid of that burden.
Oh my goodness, man.
I'll bet you will. You more than any man.
Whatever do you mean?
I mean you had her killed, you black-hearted bastard!
What rot! Though I did have sufficient motive, 'tis true. That young lady caused me no end of grief. She always was a most unwilling puppet. I dare say Her Grace was grateful that someone thought to cut her strings.
Dude wants to die so badly.
You would mock her, then mock her from hell!
What?
Yeah. Mess with the bull, get the horns.
Have you lost your mind, General? It is forbidden to draw steel in the royal chambers, much less slaughter our fellow Syndicate members. You're one of them. You've been in league with the Scions all along.
You're next, you scheming bastard!
Brutal.
Oh, Rabong!
7 hells!
Admiral, we must leave.
know and like you, old friend. I did not expect to take your arm so easily.
Take the Scions into custody. They have conspired to commit regicide. And arrest this traitor as well.
Gilbert, I hope you choke on their coin.
Tis better than the dirt I've supped on these long years. We can't all abandon Alamigo and become great war heroes as you have. You are not the man you once were, Raban. Since that girl strapped the yoke around your neck, you've become docile. She took the mad bull and cut off his balls, and a bull that cannot rot is fit for naught but slaughter. Shall I tell you who really killed your precious Sultana? It was me.
You die!
Based.
I never doubted you, not for a moment. But there is more to this than I yet understand. Flee this place. Clear your names. Find out who is behind this plot. It is the only way. Now go!
There you are.
Sancred, where have you been?
Avoiding the fumbling advances of some very persistent admirers. But when I realized the celebrations had turned sour, it seemed prudent to slip away and take stock of the situation. It would appear that much of the city is already under tight guard. It occurs to me that expanding the Brass Blade's authority may not have been such a wonderful idea after all.
The success of this plan was contingent upon those thugs having the run of the place. Just how long has this scheme been in motion?
The careful preparations, the maneuvering of forces. I am inclined to agree with the General's insistence that a deeper plot exists here.
So, would I be right in thinking we now have an excuse to pummel as many brass blades as we like?
Unless you plan on pummeling them all, I'm not sure that will greatly aid our cause.
That sounds good to me.
The
Let's
Sultana's
fucking get him.
assassination was but one part of the scheme. We too were its targets. And though we did not share poor Nanamo's fate, we are yet hobbled by the charges laid at our door. Where now might we seek refuge?
Where indeed we may safely assume that our foe is thought to have the Rising Stones watched.
Forgive me for stating the obvious, but our choice of destination will matter little if we cannot secure an escape route out of Ulda. Happily, I believe I can provide one. Papa Shan once told me about the passages hidden in the walls of the palace. If I recall correctly, the fireplace in Nanamo's chambers conceals the entrance to a tunnel. It should lead outside the city and allow us to avoid any messy confrontations.
I just realized I have a mod on, and I don't know if it's going to alter a cutscene. Well, let's hope. It'll be funny. Won't be bad, but it'll be funny.
The rest of you go on ahead. I'll handle this lot.
By yourself? I suppose I shall just have to join you.
Crystal Braves too, huh? Now this should be interesting.
Ida! Papa Limo!
We'll find out.
We will hold our pursuers here. Hurry, now. Find this tunnel of Thancred's.
Find Thancred's tunnel, you say?
Minfilia, we cannot linger.
Now look what you've done.
Ida, are you all right? There are just too many of them.
I'm fine. I could do this all day. How about you?
Nearing the end of my tether.
We're the scions of the Seventh Dawn, the ones who stand between this realm and the evil that's trying to destroy it.
And if you think we'll leave the stewardship of Eorzea to the likes of your masters, then you're sorely mistaken.
Sorry I dragged you into this, Papa Limo.
'Tis hardly the first time, and I'll be damned if it will be the last.
Seventh heaven! Or maybe something else.
I was hoping you'd say that.
Okay, it's not. I was really worried that that would be affected by my one monk mod that changed its LB3 to the train. How it feels to chew 5 gum. True. I would choose to feel 5 gum.
I never knew such a watercourse existed beneath Uldar.
The architecture is of the Sildine style, if I'm not mistaken. The ancients plainly foresaw the need for a ready means of escape.
This way!
Well, that didn't take long. It seems these tunnels were not as secret as I'd hoped.
You two go on ahead. Thancred and I will deal with this.
What do you mean to do?
Only that which is required to ensure that the dawn's light survive to brighten the morrow.
Fear not, antecedent. You haven't seen the last of these fair features.
My friends.
Leave us!
What is the plan, milady? Shall I take the dozen on the left and you the dozen on the right? The odds are not exactly stacked in our favor.
Numbers will count for little when I bring the tunnel down upon their heads. Though I cannot say I relish the thought of being entombed with you for all eternity.
You wound me. I will have you know that many a maid would kill for the chance to spend forever at my side. Now, may I have the last dance?
Oh, she's so cool.
This is going splendidly. Now would be a good time, milady!
"'Tis done. Forgive me, Mitra.
Farewell, Minfilia.
Heidelin, she speaks to me. No. I must remain behind. but you cannot stay with me. Please, you must go on. You are the warrior of light. You are hope for the Scions and for all the realm. As long as your flame continues to burn, the light of the dawn may ever be relit. You must escape and save Eorzea from those who would plunge it into darkness. "'Tis the only way."
I am glad to see you safe, my friend. What of the others?
No such luck.
Damn that man! Taleji played me for a fool. I thought the Crystal Brave's mine till the very moment I felt the blade at my back.
There will be ample time for soul-searching later. For now, we must put some arms between us and Ul'dah.
Well, would you look who it is? Need a ride?
Hey, Brandon.
It'll be half as exciting as the last trip we took. Not if I have anything to say about it anyway. Let's not dawdle, eh? All aboard!
Yeah, for real.
Stocking up on supplies over in Vesper Bay, you see, when your sister come up and begged a favour. Said her brother was having some trouble down in Ul'dah and likely needed a helping hand getting away. Thinking them ruins would make a fine hiding place, I decided to try there first. And lo and behold, there you were. Aye, and judging by them soldiers as were pouring out of the city, I arrived not a moment too soon. Must have been fate that we happened to find you there, though, eh?
I had thought to look out for Alize, but 'twould appear she was the one watching over me. I've made such a mess of things.
Yeah, you have, mate. I ain't gonna sugarcoat it. You kind of fucked up.
And who might you be, young sir?
That's my boy.
Pippin Taropin, Vice Marshal of the Immortal Flames. I had been on the Alamegan front these past few moons, but an urgent communication called me back to Uldar. Scarce had my boots touched the cobbles, though, when the streets erupted with cries of assassination. I immediately went in search of answers, and came across Master Alfino here. Needless to say, I did not think his imprisonment justified. The blame plainly lies with the Monitarists. Their greed and corruption are well known to me, but for them to take advantage of the situation with such alacrity...
Was that Pippin, you said? Ain't that the name of General Alden's lad?
Yes, I am his son. Adopted, of course. 'Twas only as we were leaving Uldar that I learned of father's fate. Once I have seen you a safe distance away, I mean to return to the city and extricate him from this madness.
Luck, buddy boy.
He didn't travel no further than Blackbrush. Our fugitives have a friend waiting for him there.
I dreamed of bringing about Eorzea's salvation, but in the end...
Yeah, you got time to mope later, mate.
It was I who needed saving.
Them soldiers keep searching for a while yet. Reckon we'll take the carriage back to Uldar and get a lay of the land. Maybe provide a distraction if need be. You three wait here. Help will be along shortly. Stay strong, friends. Real fights to come. What a Chad. Just heard there was help and was like, fuck it. Fuck the government. Real Chad shit. Boy. I'll be in such a different spot now. I remember being so deep in Blanche's head during this that I could barely see the screen through the tears, and now I'm just like, damn, this is cool. Yeah, real. Oh, boy. That was a lot. Hold on, how long? That was a 46-minute cutscene. I just want to put that in perspective. That was a 46-minute cutscene. The most unassuming folk can prove to be our greatest allies. That fellow was but a passing merchant, yet he lent us aid without a moment's hesitation, or any hints of concern for his own safety. Though I can well imagine how a man could feel inspired to risk all in your presence. Father spoke of you often, Jack, and long have I looked forward to our first meeting. Needless to say, this is not at all how I envisioned it. Master Alfino, you must not give in to despair. That would only play into our enemy's hands. As long as you and Jack are free, we may still set things right. Forgive me, Marshal Terrapin, but Alfino, my boy, sorry to keep you waiting. Sid, what are you doing here? Pulling you out of the fire as usual. Your merchant friend told me everything. Truly, and he is no merchant, but an angel in peddler's clothing. But tell us, how do you intend to bear our friends to safety? I hid the Enterprise but a short distance away. All I need is a destination. I must find a place beyond the reach of both the Monitarists and the Crystal Braves. Kurthus. Ishgard will not suffer the intrusion of foreign forces on their territory. That settles it. With me, everyone. Not I fear. I must remain here. I dare not abandon Ul'dah and the Monitorists and their cronies. You may be certain that they will seek to defame you, both here and in the other city-states, but know that I shall do my utmost to thwart their every effort. Frankly, I do not expect it to be much of a challenge. The small folk will not turn so easily on the Warrior of Light and her allies, no matter what the Monitorists claim. Marshal Tarpon, I know not what to say. Ha! Now that Father would labor to believe. But enough talk. You must go out, Master Alphino. Your airship awaits. Up. There's no rest for the righteous. We would make for Camp Dragonhead and speak with Lord Horshavant. Mayhap you will know what to do. Actually, you know what? Master Alphino told me of your tale, Jack. It warms my heart that you should turn to me before all others, and I shall endeavor to deserve your trust. Alas, the situation here has grown more complicated in your absence. It would be best if I explained in full.
There has been word from the capital. Ishgard has weathered another assault, and 'tis said several wyverns broke through into the city proper. The Temple Knights succeeded in slaying the beasts, but the intrusion prompted orders to further strengthen the guard and to place the city under a perpetual state of alert. How how keenly we feel the loss of our wards at the gates of judgment. Yet we must not bemoan our misfortune. Sir Emmerich is safely returned from Ul'dah, and once more leads the defense of Ishgard. As for the matter of your asylum, I am afraid no progress will be made until the threat to our nation is diminished. But do not despair. You are not without allies. You are more than welcome to shelter here for as long as you wish. Pray, think of it as a new headquarters of sorts. The Falling Snows, or some such.
I love the smile in his voice as he says that. Oh.
All frivolity aside, any who come here in search of you will receive no aid from House Fortom. For once, the Ishgardian reputation for inhospitality shall work in our favor. Agents of Ul'dah will find their every inquiry dismissed, and their every request for entry rebuffed, until such time as their masters have acknowledged your innocence. You once fought to preserve the honor of my dear friend. 'Tis a blessing that I may now repay that debt in kind. But let us dwell no more on this. Pray, join the rest of your companions. 'Tis bitterly cold this day. I suspect there are those who might welcome the warmth your presence brings.
Before that, I want to go check something. If I remember correctly. If I remember correctly. Yeah. You have some nerve showing your face here, traitor. I have to haul you in for your crimes, and I would, except you doubtless put up a fight, and I've been ordered not to bring conflict into town. Priority is to protect the people, and we can't risk innocent bystanders getting hurt. If I were to find you anywhere else, though, you'll not find me so lenient. Consider yourself warned. Meanwhile, they're just like actually fucking pissing themselves, scared. Just like piss yourselves scared. It's pretty great. I don't remember where all the brass blades were though. I can go check though. Oh, well there's one right here. You. Easy now, friend. I'll not raise the alarm. I'm not fool enough to believe the rumors. That said, I cannot well let you pass. Orders are orders. I mean, yeah, I would expect them to be there. Oh, hey, Yozan. Okay. Yeah. I don't think there are any in here. No. Let's go check Ul'dah. I mean, to be fair, depending on events, there are a lot of NPCs that have new dialogue that you just would never think to go and check. Aren't they the ones who oppose the Empire and fight the Primals? Aren't they on our side? Marshal Tarpin bade me relay this message to you. All knowledge of the incident is being withheld from the public, and things shall remain as they were in Ul'dah, at least on the surface. You doubtless spurn to act, to see justice served, so do we all. However, we must bide our time, for a single misstep could trigger a civil war, and Ul'dah would tear itself apart. Da da da, bum 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 ba da. Crystal Brave, we can't interact with. That's cool. Go to Chamber of Rule, I guess. Hey, there's a brass blade. Get her! Don't call them bitches, bro. Yeah, okay. Dude's entirely unbothered. I feel like I'm missing more than a few. But I can't be asked to go, like, you know, comb literally every single inch of this place. Yeah. More cutscenes. Alphino, Jack, is it really you? Oh, man, always fucking gets me. I'm so happy that you are. Oh. I tried contacting Minfili and the others, but no one would respond. And then Crystal Braves, our own people, turned on us in the marketplace. Lorraine told me to run, and so I did. I ran and I ran until my lungs burned and my feet ached. I lost my way, and then... Fortunately, I had observed some of the Braves behaving suspiciously beforehand. Yes. Sorry. Yes, my mask. It was lost in the struggle. Pretty, isn't she? Anyway, after Yugiri found me, we traveled to Vesper Bay and met up with Urianger. When we told him what had happened, he used his magics to weave a glamour around the Waking Sands from the outside. Our old headquarters now looks like an abandoned storehouse. The transformation didn't take long either. Apparently, Urianger started making preparations after the Imperial attack, just in case the Empire ever chose to pay us another visit. Good thinking, eh? Sorry, where was I? Oh yes, we were waiting there at the Waking Sands, hoping others would come, but no one else did. I love how she has, like, you know, the first ARR to be shown in game, and she has unique scales. Like, it's just good. My people are searching for the other scions even as we speak, but we have met with no success as of yet. I had hoped that you might be able to suggest further places to look, but you should know the Rising Stones did not share the Waking Sands' good fortune. Only Crystal Braves await you there. Be that as it may, we have yet cause to hope, do we not? If the two of you escaped, it is not impossible that the others could have done so as well. You may have been forsaken by men and women believed true, but rest assured that the people of Doma yet stand with you. We welcome this opportunity to repay our debts, and shall continue to offer our efforts to locate the others and see the scions restored to their rightful place of honor. I don't know. I love you, Gary.
It is all my doing. I believed myself the only one who truly understood Eorzea's woes, and look what that arrogance has wrought. I gave commands, influenced governments with my certainty. I treated the Crystal Braves and even the Scions themselves as pawns in my great scheme to save the realm. But in my headlong rush into imagined glory, I paid no heed to the ground upon which I trod. The salvation of Eorzea. What was it that I hoped to achieve? Did I believe that I could rid the realm of every danger and difficulty? That I could defeat the Empire and the Ascians, and find homes for every refugee? Yes, I was so very clever. Become a guardian of Eorzea, I implored, and sat back to watch my perfect army cleanse the land of chaos. 'Twas all but a means to feed my own vanity. Only when all is lost do I finally realize the truth.
Oh, Alfino.
Chocolate.
So, Master Alfino, are you content to remain a broken blade? Is there no flame hot enough to reforge you? What of the fine companions who yet stand at your side? I dare say the fires of their determination will soon have you slicing the air again with your customary wit.
I hardly deserve such friendship. And besides, where are we to go?
Alfino, if I may? Should this place not serve our purpose, then we shall go to Ishgard. Minfilia told me many times, as long as we stand fast against despair, the beacon of hope will never be lost to sight. Be it in the snow or in the clouds, we few will see that the dawn's light shines again.
You are right, Tataru. Thank you. And thank you for your kind words, Lord Orchefon. 'Tis true that Eorzea yet has her guardians. The Scions have achieved much, and 'twould be remiss of me to discard it all in a fit of self-pity. Let us then resume our journey, together, one step at a time.
And that's the end. For now. 6 out of 10. I think that's pretty fair. 6.4 kind of thing. Alright, as is customary with my playthroughs, while this plays, I'm going to use the washroom. So I'll be back.
To all of my children, in whom life flows abundant, to all of my children, to whom death hath passed his judgment, the soul yearns for honor, and the flesh the hereafter. Look to those who walked before, to lead those who walk after. Shining is the land's light of justice. Ever flows the land's well of purpose. Walk free, walk free, walk free. Believe the lamb's alive. So
I'm back. is a very good song. I mean, yeah, the last two, oh, good. Last two patches are just like actually like really good. I wouldn't call him the main character. He's definitely like a side protagonist though, for sure. Especially during like Heavensward. He's definitely the most vocal of the protagonists, that's for sure. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that analogy means jack all to me. I mean, yeah, the plan for, at least for stream, is after this, we will be doing Final Fantasy XII. Then we'll be coming... Sorry, I love that part of the song. We're doing Final Fantasy XII next. And after that, we're coming back to 14 for Heavensward. Then after that, we're going to start 13. Then back to Final Fantasy 14 for Stormblood. Then 13-2. And back to 14 for Shadowbringers. Then 13 Lightning Returns. And back to 14 for Endwalker. Then start 15. And then Dawn Trail again. Because by that point, enough time will have passed that we'll be able to replay it and have a more open mind. That'll put me about, I wager, about 2 or 3 years. Which is insane to even just think about, but you know. That's how I think. Yep. Isn't it crazy? I've been doing this for coming up on 4 years now. Two-thirds done, maybe? Kinda. 14 is long, yeah. Oh, I hit that. Debatable. Yeah. If there's anything you count on Final Fantasy 14 players to do, it's bitch and moan. Lord, do they love to do that. The amount of times I just see people like, I haven't been subbed since Woke Trail launched. Like, is it gotten any better? It's like, if you didn't like Dawn Trail, like, why are you still playing the game? Give up. Get a different game. Go play WoW. You're just like wasting mental energy complaining about an MMO that has been existing for the last, you know, what, 24 years? And won't stop existing just because a couple people are unhappy with the direction. I'll go even so far as to say unimportant people unhappy with the direction. Exactly. It's like, I can get some, like, I can partially understand some people's complaints where it's like, I mean, fuck, I have 10,000 hours in this game. If they did something that, like, actually genuinely, I mean, it would have to be something huge, but just for argument's sake, if they did something that actually genuinely made me be like, what the fuck is this game doing? I don't want to be a part of this. Yeah, just put it down. Go play a different game. Like, I've been sitting on a like, ready to go waiting sub of Final Fantasy XI. I'll go play that while I wait for this game, you know? Like, I got other games. Yeah, I mean, that's a whole different fucking can of worms, but yeah. But sales are going down! They cry in a post-pandemic. Yeah. Comparing anything to, like, beginning of Endwalker is just, you're just expecting disappointment. Like, of course. Fucking 2021, well, I mean, December was still on the upswing, or like, you know, there was an upswing of cases, like, going down and all that. But even then, it's just like, yeah, of course, everyone just spent the last year and a half playing this game because they had nothing else to do. So of course that the new expansion would get like all the hype and everyone would be playing. And it's the fucking finale of a like long ass running story. Of course fucking numbers have gone down since then. Like, what are you stupid? Ugh. And gaming or streaming to pandemic numbers would be the worst, yeah. And we're here because of the pandemic, yeah. They are. Pretty much, yeah. Ugh. People are just fucking little nematodes. Also, I can't lie. While I've been listening to this music and chatting with you, I've literally just been, like, browsing art websites for references for some stuff I want to do. Like, I'm so, like, multitask brain right now. I do be looking up Leglock Erie. Else if you're burned out, don't play anything, pick up a different hobby, take care. Yeah, exactly. Like, I think back to, it was towards the end of Endwalker. I was like really, really, really burnt out. It was a mixture of like real life stuff and just like me not finding enjoyment with the game. And so I did take a break. Like, I think there was at least like 3 months I just didn't play at all. And then I only resubbed to do the patch content and then let my sub run out again. I'm like, I played games then. I don't remember what I played, but I know I played games then. And then I came back, like, at the very end of Endwalker, right before Dawn Trail, and I had a fucking blast doing, like, extreme content and, like, all that kind of shit. Cost a damn nothing to put the game down for a little bit. No, you don't take a month off of gaming, you just take a month where you just replay Baldur's Gate 3 again. I know you. Let's see, what games did I play during my little hiatus? What would that have been? That would have been like late 2023, something like that. I played Atelier Ryza, played Doom, played Spider-Man. Wait, really? Oh, shit.
All has been arranged as you desired, my lord.
That was so dark. My filter is not wanting to like this one. Hold on. Now Brialis is no more. The ardor was not his to invoke. His demise was of his own making. Nevertheless, it concerns me. They have extinguished that which should rightly be eternal. Mayhap he was not wholly mistaken. Greater haste may be warranted. We are of one mind. The Northern Lands, then? The earth is fertile, and the seeds well sown. By my will they shall reap salvation unlike any the world has known. By his will. By his will. Done. I have answered thy summons, emissary. Speak, and make thine intent known. I would speak of fate, Archon. Yours, mine, the fate of this very star. Oops.
Thou thinkest sanctuary lieth beyond. Delusion, despair, death. Thou shalt find naught else here.
To preserve the dawn's light, the heroes journeyed north. Their hearts willed with hope and eyes fixed heavensward. Alright. And that's the end for now. It's Squeak. For now, Jack puts up her axe. And next week, we will go to a different game for a bit. Put her to bed. Yup. In Limsa. Yeah, I'm doing it. Alrighty. That's gonna be all for this week. God, this is a longer stream. I'm kind of glad I started a little early. It wasn't as early as I was wanting, but it's still a little early. Yeah, I'm sure in a couple months. Because next up we got Final Fantasy XII. That's the next game on our list. But yeah. That's what we'll be doing next week. Assuming nothing changes. So the 12th Final Fantasy? No, actually. Like the 13th at best. Alrighty. Yeah, that's going to be it for now. Thank you for watching. Thanks for tuning in. And if you're watching the VOD later on, thanks for listening. And I'm going to hit this button before I end the stream. Bye-bye.